Uh-oh. Oh. Yay! Hello! Hi, hi. Hi, hi. 24-hour stream? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hi. Hi, hi. Hi, Chris. Hi, Rav. Hi, Aki. Thirty, 36 hours. Wait, help. I'm doing something on my... Help? What's happening? Ah! Hold on, hold on, hold on. Ah! What is happening? Hello? Hello? Okay. Hi from Vegas. Snatcha 12, hi. When is the VOD for Higurashi? Steven hates you. What? Why? Higurashi VOD. Maybe I'll do that now. That was Daniel. Wow, Daniel hates me. I added the lurk command just for you, Snatcha 12. Just for you. 67-hour stream. No! Gotta do a school project. I'll be lurking. Good luck with the project, Ajax. Wow, everyone's here today. Wait, hold on. The chat's going too fast. Wait, what? Hold on. I'm gambling a lot. Okay, which one of you is that? Up 4K? That's crazy. 4K is crazy. I keep peeking my mic. I'm so sorry. We've been waiting. You've been too long? It's been a week. It's only Friday. I only missed one of my stream days before I missed you guys. Make sure to remind her to hydrate every so often. I don't need reminders, do I? It's Saturday. Yeah, for you. It's Friday for me still. But it's always like 5 a.m. for you. Ringo's gonna leave us forever. No! I came back during my break because I missed you. I don't need hydrate reminders, guys, please. I have my water. I filled it. It's full. See, look. Oh, you can't hear it, can you? I don't know if you hydrate. I am going to hydrate. I filled my water bottle right before. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. Yeah, I should be reminding you to hydrate. Liquid death water. How much even is that? It's just water though. Drink water. You need water right now? Really? Okay, fine. There you go. I hydrated. I think you need even more water. Why? I should get an empty milk jug and make that my water bottle. Even more? I don't think I need more water. I just drank some. You have to drink it all before the stream is over? Okay, fine. I'll make sure my water bottle's empty. Yummy water. Super crispy. Why did you decide to stream today? I just felt like it. Cause usually I stream today. And I was like, what am I supposed to do? My evening is free, might as well stream, you know? What is happening to my keyboard? What the heck? Okay. We should be happy that Ringo's back to living. You make it sound like I died. I'm alive and well, guys. I am alive and well. Trust. Maybe you did. Yeah, I resurrected from the grave just to stream tonight, guys. Ringo was revived. Yeah! Second coming of Ringo. Yeah. I ascended from the sky. From that super tall apple tree. Only tonight then Ringo's gone forever? No, 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 no. I'll be back next week. I'll be back next week. Oh yeah, I commissioned some more emotes. So we'll have more emotes in the Discord. I'm getting 4 more. Yeah! 4 new Ringo emotes. Oh no. Hi, Rain. Why do you have a Santa hat? It's the holiday season. What do you mean, why? I should add a Christmas tree too. No, please. I should add a Christmas tree and then we can decorate it. Spare me? What do you mean? You need Santa? I'm Santa. I need a beard. No, actually no, that's weird. I don't need a beard. Maybe I'll get a mustache. Where's your bag of gifts? Hold on. Let me get a pile. If you let me be the star in the Christmas tree, I'll accept it. Okay. Sure. We'll make it. I'll put you on the star. I'll put you right on the star. Okay. Let's get the Christmas tree. Now I need to get one right now. Christmas tree, transparent PNG. Wait, but they're already decorated. Oh wait, I found one that's not. Oh, that's a fake transparent PNG. Hello, hi, Unraised Bell. Hello, hello, welcome in. Look up pine trees. Oh, you're so right. Oh, I guess I need to get in the habit of introducing myself. My name is Ringo. I'm an apple spirit. I was supposed to be on a break this week, but I clearly I'm not on break. I felt like streaming, so we're doing Guerilla stream. You need to pull out the slides to talk about yourself. I don't have any. I don't have any. Should I get some? Ringo PowerPoint. Okay, which is the stupidest looking tree? Wow, this one's so blurry. Hold on. We need a good tree. Do you guys want one with snow on it? Why are none of these transparent? Hold on. Do you want a realistic tree? None of these are transparent. The heck? Let's get a cartoony looking tree. Ringo custom PowerPoint template when? Eventually. Hyper realistic tree. The goofiest tree. Okay, we'll get a realistic tree. A Shutterstock one? There's one from DeviantArt. It's kind of blurry. You know what? This works. Oh, it's transparent though. It's transparent. Okay, I'll save it as tree. That's what I'll name the file. Perfect. Apple spirit, like a rotten one? No, not a rotten apple. What? Chad, would you say I'm a rotten apple? Rav, no! What? What? I've been betrayed. Not a rotten apple. Create new tree. Evil twin. I have an evil twin? When's your lore drop? I don't know. Good question. Ringo just fell from the tree. She can't be rotten yet. Exactly. Exactly. What's an apple spirit? You didn't clarify. Whatever you want it to be, as long as it's not rotten. As long as it's not a rotten apple. Okay, do you like the tree? I ripped it off the internet just for you guys. 6-hour lore video. Six hours is crazy work. That would be like how do you even process 6 hours of lore at one time? I consider rotten apple. No. I love that the parts look like different trees on top of each other. Yeah, it's really scuff. It's the goofy tree. DeviantArt logo. Yeah. I ripped it off the internet. Okay, we need a star. What color star do you want to be? Green? Okay. What kind of star? Wait. Do you want to be like green star from Super Mario? You have to have a part where it's 4 hours of you turning from apple to human. What the heck? How would you even stretch that for 4 hours? That's actually insane. Bro didn't even give me a chance to respond. Okay, well, what color do you want to be? Apple time lapse with Doom music? What? Not cute, happy music? Good question. Yeah. I bet you want to be green. What shade of green? Okay, I guess so, yeah. What shade of green do you want to be? A dumb idea? Uh-oh. Do I even want to hear it? It's not that bad. Are you sure? I don't know, sometimes you say that and it is kind of bad. DM you, yeah, we put in that tree. Whoa. Hold on now. Hold on. The mention of yaoi is scaring me a little bit. You have no faith in me? Yeah. For good reason. Yaoi tree. Guys, I can't have a yaoi tree. My mom watches my VODs. I'll just unarchive it. I'll just take down the VOD. Uh-oh. I love how it's taking like 5 seconds to load. This is gonna be the star? Okay. Wait, I approve. I approve. I approve. It sounds like she's gonna disown you if you do a yaoi tree. Yeah. She'll just look at me weird. Speed it up if you can. I don't know if I'll be able to do that. Amazora mom. Ringo mama. I'll tell her you guys say hi when she gets home. They're out right now. Okay. Tree. Wait, I'll just name it Star for Tree. Perfect. And then... Wow! It's already so fast. Why do you want it sped up? It's so fast already. Hold on. You're zooming. Wait, let me make a folder. Christmas tree. Okay. I made a folder. So then all the Christmas tree stuff is together. Okay. Whoops. Oh my gosh. Ah! Hello? Okay. Now we need the ornaments. Yeah! Bro is locked in. Okay. Let's get some tinsel. I don't know. What do people normally put around their Christmas trees? Because I see tinsel a lot. But for my tree, I put like... use like a ribbon. And it's like covered in glitter, and I always get glitter all over my hands and my clothes. None of these are transparent. We need the lights. Oh yeah! I forgot about lights. Hold on. Christmas lights. Toilet paper. Rav, you put toilet paper on your Christmas tree? That's kind of crazy. Do you reuse it after, or do you just... Wait, that's a crazy thing to say. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Are you judging me? No, I was just wondering. It's very... It doesn't... You don't have to buy... You can find it everywhere, you know? You don't have to go out and find Christmas lights, you know? I think it's genius. Please do not wipe using the toilet paper tree. No! Why would you wipe off? Why would you wipe on the tree? No! No, after Christmas. In June when you take down the Christmas tree. What the You're gonna take the tree to the bathroom. Wait, hold up. Hold on. June. Yeah, June. Just keep the tree up year round. No, you can't have the tree up in August. That's a crime. August is when you go to the beach. So you can't have the Christmas tree and the sand in the same house. Do you mean January? No, June. Cause it's still cold. It's still cold in until April. But then May it's also rainy, and you know when it rains, if it freezes then it snows, so it's basically still winter. Take it down in summer and put it back after. Exactly. You put the tree up in September, and then you just take it down in June. Maybe you don't even take it down. Maybe you just shove it into a closet, so then you don't have to set it back up again after. Wait, I've been trying to get the lights, but then you guys keep distracting me. Gosh. I think I named the thing strings instead of lights. Oh my gosh. Okay, here you go. How festive. I need like 3 copies of this. 4 or 5 copies. How do I duplicate? Yay! Yay! How colorful! Look at that. Ringo's pushing winter be as long as possible. Yeah, why not? Add a glow around rain? Okay. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I think you're so right. Aki, I think you're a genius. Okay. Let's see. What color glow do you wanna glow? Green? I think that's mildly concerning though, if it's green, you know? I'll be like sick fumes. Green glow? Transparent PNG? Oh wait, this was perfect. Wait, this is perfect. If it'll load, please. It's actually transparent, let's go. You don't want me to be radioactive? No, not really. Not really. Okay, let's name it radioactiveness. That's not a word, but it is now. It's a word because I say so. And then applies only to rain in this context. What do you think? Gavus Bello drinks radioactive goop out of a beer bottle. This sounds vaguely familiar. I love the box outline. Yeah. Well, nothing I can do about that. I look vile. Yeah, it's okay. I'm still more stinky. Best year of the year. Okay, let's go. Christmas ornaments. Okay. Everyone can pick one. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Rain, I have seen this. This was in your freaking... This was in the storybook. I have seen this. Can we get the really bad looking one? Okay, everyone can pick... Did you know what's on the freaking wall? Yeah! Yeah, you said this. This was said in the group chat. Okay, everyone can pick one. Rav wants a Mizu 5 ornament. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Mizu 5 icon. Circle. Does anyone have one to be cropped as a circle or? No? Do I have to do it? Frick, I don't want to crop it. You can be a square. Save image as. Okay. We're gonna save it as Rav's ornament. Perfect. Okay. Rav is Mizu 5. Okay, where do you want to be? Maybe like right there. I'll rotate it a little bit. I'd crop it if I were on PC. No, it's okay. It's funnier when it's a square. Is that a good spot? Or do you want to be moved? I can move you. Just let me know. Okay, who's next? Rain, you don't get an ornament because you're the star. Who's next? Aki, what ornament do you want? One that glows and nothing else. Okay, what color? What color? I have a really awesome idea, but I need you to trust the process for 30 minutes. That's okay. I'll stall for you. I'll stall. More green? But the tree is green. I think we need some contrast. Okay. I'll just search green glowing orb. Transparent PNG. These aren't really that glowy though. Wait. Wait. Wait, this would be really funny, but it's not transparent. Oh, I found a transparent version. Does this count? Wait. Wait. Okay. Okay, wait. Wait, this is really funny. Am I cooking? Hold on. Am I cooking? Wait. Wait, I can't breathe. Ow. I just hit my foot on my desk. What the hell? I think it's great. See, Aki thinks it's perfect. Okay, we're gonna... Oh my gosh. We're gonna make it come from... Okay. I don't know, guys. I think that's kind of perfect. It lines up perfectly. Stop. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. This tree just keeps getting better. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, wait. Who else is here? Lurkers, come back. Come back for 1 second. Lurkers, please. Lurkers, I need you on the tree. We need a rainbow one? Oh, true. True, actually, true. Hold on. I'll just put... I'll just put this. Is that boring? If I just put this? Boom. I'll put it right there. Maybe if I think of something funnier, we can change it after. Yeah, Ajax, come back. Ajax, come pick an ornament. Hold on. Ringo and cats. Oh, wait. Christmas tree. And then we'll... Just in case some unexpected people wander in here. You know? Oops. Just in case. I just moved the entire tree. Hold on. Wait, when did that move? Okay. Oopsies. Maybe I should lock that for now. The radioactive rain at the top really brings the tree all together. I agree. We need the presents under the tree. Oh, true. True. Okay. Let's get lots. Why is this only partially transparent? Hold on. Hold on. That's a really goofy picture. I need a really big pile. Can we get the presents that look really big but something tiny inside? Your Christmas gift is more emotes. It's funnier if it's partially transparent. Okay, let's see if I can find it again. Wait, it's gone. No! No, it's actually gone. Cause it wasn't even actually transparent. It was like the pile of gifts, and then there was like a dome kind of around it with the transparent like checkerboard, and then it was in a white square, and it wasn't even actually transparent. So it's partially fake transparent. Oh look, I found one that comes with the Christmas tree. But I think our tree is better, so... I need a really, really, really big stack. Our tree is 100 times better. I agree. Their tree is so boring. Our tree just has so much character. Okay, this pile of gifts isn't that big, but... we can just scale it up. Okay. Wait, it's not even transparent, bro. I got baited. No! Wait, I want this one to be transparent at least. It's not even transparent. I got jebaited. Oops. Okay, we're gonna get something else. Celebrating Christmas early. I also have my Christmas tree already set up. Surprisingly, I don't have mine set up. I have a mini one that I need to decorate already. But yeah, pick an ornament. Where can I pick my ornament? Just tell me what you want. It can be anything. I'll try my best. Akito wanted a green glowing, anything green and glowing. And then I got this, the hand. It's not even glowing. And it's not even green. It's the hand that's green. Oh, wait! I found that partially transparent one! I found it! It's not even a human hand, it's some creature. I know! What the flip? No, the partially transparent one didn't even save properly. The heck? Is it even a PNG? It's not even a PNG. It's not JPG or JPEG. It's some other format that I have no clue. Okay, well. No! Wait, I don't think I can put it in. Is it WebP? No, it's like, what is it? What even is this? Aviv. I can't put it in. No! Okay, I have to find a different file presence. A PNG of Ajax the laundry detergent? Okay. I'll get a really good one. I'll get your good side. All these pictures are so bad. Okay. This one's decent, I guess. It's looking a lot like Ringo Mist. Yeah. Merry Christmas, guys. There you go. Merry Christmas. Hold on. Merry Christmas. Yay! Okay, now it's readable. Can I get an 89-hour stream for Christmas? Okay, listen. I love you guys, but not that much. Not 89-hour stream. Okay? I hate to break it to you. Half of that would be me sleeping. She hates us. No! No, 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 no. I just said I love you guys. What the heck? Hello? Maybe you guys need reading glasses and hearing aids for Halloween. Halloween? Christmas. Why'd I say Halloween? Okay, wait. Ajax laundry detergent. There's so many colors. Wait, what color? Oh shoot. Wait, there's so many kinds. Halloween Part 2 Electric Boogaloo! Let's go! If I heard you correctly, you said yes to the 89-hour stream. What? Whoa, hold on now. Hold on. Hold on. Hold your horses. Hold your umamusume. Hold on. Back up. Can we get a clip? Can we get a replay? Where I said yes? I can't wait for Ringo to forget this is here when she starts her next stream next week. Stop. I'm gonna open the screen. I'm gonna be like, what the heck is all this? We do not need hearing aids. We can hear fine. Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you like 1000% positive? Cause I don't know. I don't know. My horses have been held since the beginning of time. It's time to let them be free. Hold on. Hold on. No. I'm gonna get run over by all your horses. I have perfect hearing and I heard you say yes to 100 hours of streaming. Hold up, guys. Hold up. She definitely said 90+ hour stream. No! Guys. You guys are trying to kill me. Wasn't it 900? I think it was 9 minutes. 9,000? Guys, please, hold on. Hold up. 6-year-long stream? Okay, how about this? When I hit... Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a list of homework to do, and then I'll do an endurance stream. 50 hours is a long time. Homework, I'm out. See, you guys don't want it that bad. An hour of doing random bullcrap. This is what a real Guerilla stream looks like. Yeah! Yeah! No! Stop! It just appeared on the screen. Stop, that was so funny. Okay, there you go. I made it green to match everyone. 99 hours is the lowest I'll go. Okay, no hour count. I'll just do an endurance stream. Is that acceptable? I'll do the homework. Uh-oh. Hold on. That looks like it tastes refreshing. I know, right? I want to drink it. Me and Aki got the homework. Really got my best fit. Yeah. I told you I'd get your good side. I told you. See, guys, I don't lie. I'm not a liar. Where's my good side? Okay, fine. I'll get you an actual one. When's the 90-hour stream schedule? I didn't say I did 90 hours. I said endurance stream. How long do those actually go for usually? How long do endurance streams go? Okay, Google AI. Cause I don't want to read. 12 to 24 hours. Hmm. That's just a little bit below what you guys want, right? If you don't mind me, I'll go hide. I'm getting sidetracked from my own homework. Yeah, you do that. You do that. And yeah, just focus on that homework and don't worry about this homework, okay? Don't worry about it, you know? 40 hours, take it or leave it? Okay, fine. But I can leave in the middle for work and sleep. And chores. Okay, that's my counter offer here. I'll do the homework while Ajax is busy. Oh my gosh. Okay. Now I have to think of something. How about a list of goals, okay? Here, let's do this. Goals towards endurance stream. Okay, wait, it's too big. Okay, I'll put it right there. Okay. Let's see. What can I think of? 50-page essay. I'm not reading all that. I'm not reading 50-page essay. Maybe I'll read a 50k word count fanfic. But 50-page essay, I'm out. No thanks. Gee whiz, what topic? Your argument is why Ringo should do a 90-hour stream. Fanfic is wild work. What can I say? There are some good fake writers out there. Okay, let's see. I have to make these goals really hard. $50 pages of yaoi? What ship? No, make them easy? I don't know, guys. We gotta make it really hard. What ship? Don't clip that. Wait, don't clip that. Hold on, don't clip it. Clipped. No! No! Clipping right now. No, wait. Aki, come back here. Aki, come back. Come back here right now. Hold on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, wait. I need think. How about, let's see. What's realistic? Something realistic. Endurance stream is gonna... You gotta give me some time. What the heck? You actually clipped it? No. Wait, hold on. Why would you do this to me? Wait. Stop. Now that's forever on my Twitch page now. That's forever. What the heck? Massive W. Are you sure? Are you sure? Maybe for Aki. Massive L for me. Okay, let's see. Okay, the date will have to be it has to be after I monetize. Unraised Bell, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I just wanted to let you know that I don't do this every day. I stream like a normal person, usually. This is you just called me at a bad time. Can I have my ornament? Yes. Yes. What would you like? What would you like for your ornament? A raccoon? Perfect. That's just me. I'll get you an actual raccoon. Can you change my ornament to the clip? Can I even do that? I need to save the clip. What if I put the clip link? Okay, wait. Let's see. What kind of raccoon? What kind of raccoon? Do you want one actively looking in a trash can? I can get you a trash can. There's one inside the trash can. There's a detective raccoon, standing raccoon, sitting raccoon. Should I download the video of the raccoon trying to wash the cotton candy? A cute raccoon. Okay. I'll get a cute raccoon. That was so sad. I know. Whoever gave that raccoon the cotton candy is actually evil. I hope they gave it more food after. I didn't say bear cub, I said raccoon. Hello? It's okay. Bear cub isn't the worst I've gotten. Rap said sea urchin. Yeah. Yeah, I still remember that. Okay, cute raccoon, but it has to be stilly still to match. I was gonna say rat, but you seem nice, so I spare feelings. What the heck? It's okay. Rats aren't that bad. Sea urchin though, I don't know. You should do the dancing raccoon. Spins in a circle? Wait, I don't know if I know the one you're talking about. Dancing raccoon. Dancing raccoon. The one that's been this. Oh, wait. I think I know it. I think I know which one you're talking about. Okay. Looks like we're getting another gift. The file name is raccoon spelt wrong. There's only one. What the heck? There's only one C and one O, so it's raccoon. It's a raccoon. Okay, I'm gonna shorten your name to Belle. Belle the object, not Belle like the Disney princess. How do you still remember that? I remember. I have bad memory, but I remember that. I don't even remember what VOD that's from. I should have clipped it. I should have clipped it. Do I even have the VOD? I don't even know if I have the VOD for that one. Wait, I don't remember. This one, right? This is the one you're talking about? Yay! This one's cute. I approve. I approve. It matches. It blends in with all the green. And oh my gosh, ominous bells. Mizu 5. Hold on. It all comes together. It all comes together. Guys, this is perfect. Okay, Aki, do you want a new ornament? I feel bad. Do you want a new one? I can get you a new one. I need the Ringo clip. Oh yeah! Okay, that means I have to save it. Oh no. Can you download clips? Is that a thing? I don't know. I don't really... Is that possible? I should speed it up and make it a GIF. Do you guys pronounce it GIF or GIF? Or are you crazy like my brother and say GIF? You're gonna be so happy to have that on your computer. I don't know. I exposed myself. That was kind of terrible. Wait, guys, I can't get to my homepage. Hello? Wait, oh, I got it. Oh, wait. Wait. I can't see clips on here. From my homepage. Wait, hold on. I need to find where they put the clips on desktop. GIF? YIF? Rav, you pronounce it as YIF? I've never heard that before. Oh, I found the clips. I just say like GIF. I used to say GIF, And then I just like switched it up one day. I decided I wanted to be funny, or I don't know. It went from we can't have a yaoi tree to asking what ship for the 50-page yaoi. Oopsies. Oops. Okay, how do I download this? Feature, edit. I don't know how to save it from desktop. Can I save it from my phone maybe? And then this is gonna be like Inception, cause there won't be audio. Okay, I can save it from my phone, and I'll just DM it to myself. And then I'll turn it into a GIF. The things I do for you guys. The things I do. This is a taste of what the 90-hour stream is gonna be. 90 hours of me talking about yaoi. I bet you guys would like that. Okay, MP4 to GIF. Ringo's gonna be reading yaoi on stream for 90 hours. My mom's gonna like think I'm crazy. She's gonna be like, what are you doing? You've been streaming for 90 hours and you're just reading fanfics on AO3. Oops. Oh, I didn't even have to download it. What the heck? I could do it by URL. Okay, well, it's on here now, so. Well, now I have it as the clip and the freaking as a GIF. Now it's forever on your phone. That's true. It's on my phone and it's on my PC. This is terrible. It's on my PC twice. And then it's on my Twitch channel. What the heck? Okay. Okay. Aki's Ornament Part 2. You're so welcome. Thanks so much. Yeah, thank you. It's great. There you go. How does one crop this? Okay. We're gonna, how should I crop it? Do I crop it? Or do you just want it like this? Here, I'll put it right there. This is perfect? Okay. It's your ornament, whatever you say. I guess. Okay, we're gonna move this. Oops. Whoa. Oh. We're gonna move it up. Like here. Okay. And then we'll move Ajax a little bit. Maybe right here. And then we'll move Rav a little bit too. Up here. How's that? What kind of Christmas tree is this? We've got laundry detergent, me twice, Mizu 5, a raccoon, and whatever that is. I think it's great. A dream Christmas tree? Are you sure? Maybe it's time to recreate this. Maybe I should make one in real life. I'll print these. Okay, let's do the goals. I'm gonna do it after I monetize. So then at least I benefit from my suffering. Okay? Okay. Let's see. I need you to know I'm cooking. Oh yeah, yes, I give you like 30 minutes. I don't know how long ago that was. 10 minutes? Okay. What are you missing for affiliate? Nothing. I just don't want to fill out the tax forms. So, my birthday present for you guys on my birthday will be monetization. Yay! We can make it a donathon. True. Actually, that's true. That's a good idea. Give money to make the stream go longer. No! When is the Ringo birthday? You guys should guess. I can give subs and you can't do anything about it. Watch me refund them. No, that's evil. I won't do that. Okay, hold on. Let's do... December 12th. It's a little bit of a more... What am I saying? It's not that soon. But it's not like super... It's not like... a long time either. I think the month is February. How'd you know? How'd you know? Wait, hold on. Hold on. How'd you know? Okay, but what day? This month or next month? It's in February. February 15th is my guess. What the heck? Aki, you know too much. That's not the date, but it's really, really close. It's really super close. The 17th? No, you're getting farther. You're getting farther. The 12th? No. It's in between the 12th and the 17th. Somewhere in there. '11th. No, I said in between 12 and 17. There's not that many numbers. The 14th. You got it! Yeah. My Ringo Day is the 14th of February. Marking it down. Why? Why? Okay. Let's see. Let's do... Okay, let's do... number of followers on, and then we'll do all of my platforms. Let's do Twitch. I had to make this realistic, but also like a high number, so then I don't have to do the stream too soon. Okay, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Well, I guess YouTube's not so important, so we'll just do Twitch and Twitter. Time to do some botting. If I catch bots, I am going to block them. Blocked and banned. I need to make some calls to my friends real quick. He's already on it. He's already on it. Let's see. Let's see. We're at 39 right now on Twitch. Huh. Huh. Is 75 too low or too high? 40 on Twitch. Okay. You're just gonna make an alt account and you're gonna get your sea urchin friends. Too high? I think 75 is decent. I was considering 100, but I'll do something else to celebrate 100. 3 months. 3 months is lots of time. And it can be any time after that too. Make it 65. I think 75 is a nice round number. Let's see. How about if we do 65? I'll do something else. Something smaller. Okay. Now on Twitter, what am I at? I can get 35 people, no problem. What the heck? I'm about to get like spammed alerts. Okay. What am I at on Twitter? The former bird app. We're at 36. Okay, so it's about the same. But here's the thing. Twitter's easier, no? Let's do... We'll do 85 on Twitter. Oops. 88? Okay, sure, 88. And then we'll do... $67 on Twitter. But Twitter is easier for you guys, no? Gonna need to start reposting every single tweet. Stop! I'm gonna say something like, I'm thirsty, and then you're gonna repost it. And then you're gonna be like, go hydrate. Actually, I should hydrate. I just chugged half my water bottle. Okay. Let's see. How's this homework? How's this homework? How are these goals? And then how about every 25% of coffee dono goal equals -5 to socials counter. There you go. How's that? What do you think? I give you guys some incentive. If I finish your coffee goal, it'll be -20 off. Yeah, I guess so. Cause think about it. If I get funds for a new PC, then my endurance stream will be better. You know? Are you seeing the vision? Are you seeing the vision? Maybe I should make the numbers higher. Maybe minus. Wait, am I being too generous? If I change it to 20%? How much would it be to fill it up? Stop! I set the freaking goal super high. Don't even ask. It's not that. It's not. I said, what did I say? 4K for the entire setup, but I don't need all 4K, so it's less than that. Just a hypothetical. Stop! Stop. No, I'm not telling you. Aki, you're banned. I'm not telling you. You're banned from hearing. I'm never gonna say it now. I'm scared. No, you're not allowed. You're not allowed. Let's get a new font for this. What font do you guys like? There's Comic Sans. But then Rain will like block me if I do Comic Sans, so we're not gonna do Comic Sans. No, I won't. Are you sure? Can I do Comic Sans then? You gotta say it's CAD. Oh yeah, it's in CAD. I'm in CAD. Cause I live in an igloo in the north. I'm a Comic Sans connoisseur. Are you? Wait, then who's Comic Sans auntie? There you go. Comic Sans. Cause endurance streams, Ringo doing an endurance stream is a really funny joke. Comic Sans is the only font I use when I don't know what to use. That's me. Except in Google Docs, when I write in Times New Roman. Cause I've gotten so traumatized from the from like school assignments. It's like, all your essays need to be 11 point, something point size and double spaced in Times New Roman. So now I write in Times New Roman because it's the only thing that looks proper to me. We all pro Comic Sans. Yay! Okay. If I find any Comic Sans anti, if someone comes in here, a lost person comes into the orchard and be like, is that Comic Sans? Then we all need to clown them, okay? We all need to clown on them. Cause I love Comic Sans. I don't get what the beef with Comic Sans is. I think it's actually really cute. We need to type at them in Comic Sans. Yeah. Wait, is it possible to change the font of chat? Hold on. Am I cooking? Am I cooking? Depending on what you use for chat. I use Streamlabs. No! Wait, I don't think I can change the font. I can only change the size and color. Wait, where? Where can I find it? Cute. Yeah, is Comic Sans not cute? Look at it. Look at it. Look at that. It's like, it's round. I like round fonts. Like, I like handwritten fonts, but not if they're like hard to read. So like, I don't like the cursive ones. Cause a lot of times, like, I can read cursive just fine, but sometimes it just looks weird, you know, like messy. Cause sometimes it's really squished together. Or the default size, even if you're at the same size, then it'll be like really small, you know? You guys know what I'm talking about? I don't think I can change it. I can change my alerts. I can change my alerts to be in Comic Sans. Can we get Ringo in Comic Sans next? How's that? How's that gonna work? They should make like a website for that. You put in an image and it'll translate it into a different font. Can someone draw that? Wait, what would my default font be? If I was a font, which one would I be? Draw Comic Sans real? Yeah! A sea urchin font. Stop! 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 How rude. One day I'll just become a sea urchin and you won't expect it at all. What's an apple-like font? Good question. Something maybe like a bubble letter. Bubble letter fonts. Let's see. Is there a font that is just apples? Apple font. Okay, it just says Apple the company. Hold on. Wait, no, there was one with the actual Apple. Wait, there's multiple. Wait, this one's cute. This one's cute. It's on Adobe what? Spark? Stock. Adobe Stock. Wait, can I copy and paste things into OBS? Please tell me I can. No, it just gives me more string lights. Okay. Wait, I need to show you this font. It's so cute. They're green apples though. It's okay. We can imagine it matches the Christmas tree. It matches the Christmas tree. I have so many random images now. Green apple Ringo's the evil twin. Yeah. And she sings Bad Apple all day, every day. Like this. Isn't it cute? It's really cute. Wait, sorry. I'll move it out of your way, guys. I won't cover you. Right there. Is that me? Is that me as a font? I won't cover you. Cover the whole top of the tree. No! There's no space! There's no space! Unless you guys don't want to see it. I can barely read the numbers after 5. Oh, that's true. Okay, well the numbers don't count. Just the letters. They're kind of unreadable, yeah. Oh my gosh! My tree! My Christmas tree! Oops. I forgot to lock it again. Yeah, I guess it's hard to read. The only easily readable thing is this. Apple. Apple. Was that next to the commas? Punctuation? I think that's a percentage sign. It's too round. I like round fonts, but it's too round. It's hard to read. How would my name even look? Ring. Where's the G? You can't even read it. Okay, it just looks like renew. Yeah. Check your DMs. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. But it's not green. No, it's okay. Wait, this is so cute. Wait, this is so cute. Oh my gosh. It just had a crash out. Wait, hold on. Get rid of this. Unreadable font. Put on the tree. I'm doing that right now. Rain tree topper. That's what I'll name it. Why does it like have a crash out once in a while? Do you want me to cover the other one or should I keep it? Maybe I should keep it. He's taped to the star. Wouldn't you also have a crash out? No. You could leave me there and I'd probably be fine. Just give me like fries for sustenance and I'd be good. And water for hydration, you know? Just remove the other one. Okay. R.I.P. I'm keeping the radioactive though. Perfect. When is the 100 fries tier list? Good question. Good question. When should I do that? I don't know. Guys, I was updating Peak because I was like, maybe I'll play Peak today. I don't think we're getting to Peak today. We did some other things instead. Yeah, just some nothing much, you know? See, everything is perfectly fine. The streamer is totally normal today. Really, totally normal. You know? Just a regular day. What's Christmas, guys? What's Christmas? When is that? June? Do I need to post the clip again? No! No. You're not posting it again. Not again. Maybe I'll repost it on Twitter because it's funny. It is pretty funny. Wait, now we need a clip of. Now we need the clip of. We need a clip when I said no yaoi tree, and then stitch them together. I still don't get to know how much the whole goal is. No. No. I'm not telling you. Maybe someone else can tell you. You know? See, if you do the math, then you can figure it out. I'm not gonna say anything. No hints. Yeah. You said 4K so I can just do that to be safe. No! No. Absolutely not. No. Don't do that. I'm gonna like... No. No. Can you ban people from coffee? Is that a thing? Is that a thing that's possible? Why do you want me banned? So then you don't do something weird and silly and goofy. It's anonymous, I think. No, it's not. No, it's not. Well, I think... Actually, maybe... I think you can make it anonymous. Maybe? Wait, let's see. I think there's an option to make it anonymous. Oh no. Rav, why would you say that? So you won't know who did it, but then I don't know who to say thank you to. I was thinking of doing a stream where I open Pokemon cards. I think that would be fun. You know? Opening cards, and then we can all crash out when there's nothing good in it. We can all crash out together. You should open up the VTuber cards they have. I want to! That would be so fun. How many? Wait. Because I know there's at least 2 VTuber card games. There's Oshi Push, and then there's the Hololive ones. Oshi Push I can get in my city. I don't know anywhere where I live that I can get Hololive cards though. I do want to open Hololive cards. I know you can get them. I have to ask Aviva where she got hers, cause I know you can get them where I live, but I don't know who sells them. I have to dig. Oshi Push it is. Is it time to buy a box of Oshi Push? I think the chases are the signed cards. Oshi Push top chases. I think they're the signed cards. I think it's time to get Oshi Push cards. I think so too. We'll do one stream of Oshi Push and then a stream with Pokemon, because I do like Pokemon. Yeah. And then we can do my fry tier list. Hold up. I'm cooking. Wait, I have DMs with myself for stream ideas. Hold on. Oops. I can't edit the message because I'm a little bit slow. Then we can crash out together when you don't get anyone you know. I don't know a single person in Oshi Push. It's all cause they're all Face Connect. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't watch anyone in Face Connect. Oopsies. There should be a punishment if you don't get something good. Then you eat 5 saltine crackers, no drink. That's evil. That's evil. I need to chug water after eating chocolate. Okay, wait. Card opening stream. And then we'll put Oshi Push and Pokemon. They also have a Cooking Run TCG. But I think I should play Cooking Run first because I don't play Cooking Run. And was suggested. But since it's mobile, I'll have to figure out how to set it up. Just like Prozac guy. Or 4 bananas and chug a Sprite. What the heck? I'm not burping live on stream. I don't watch anyone there either. We can all celebrate when the car looks nice. That's true. I like looking at the nice art. Burping stream when never! Never! Absolutely not. I don't even have nice sneezes. You know how people will have like cute sneezes? I sneeze like a dad. I have the dad sneeze. It's terrible. There's a PC version? Really? Wait, there's a PC version of Cookie Run? I did not know that. I thought it was mobile only. Just came back to Rap suggesting a burping stream. Yeah, that's not happening. Ringo has a yelling sneeze. I do. If I just let it out, you know, I have the dad sneeze. But if I, like, you know how you can like hold your sneeze sometimes so that it's not too loud? It just hurts my throat. So, yeah. Low-key a good suggestion. Which one? Cookie Run or the burping stream? Cause I don't know. One of those is a little too out of pocket. It was recently added? Maybe that's why. Wait, Cookie Run desktop. Wait, I did not know. I didn't know that. Guess. I think you're talking about the burping. Yeah. Cooking Run has a story, right? I have no idea what the story's about. I'm gonna build a team with Milky Way. I will make a way. It doesn't even have to be good. It just needs to work. It just needs to work. Milky Way is my favorite. Milky Way is my goat. She's the best cookie. She's so cute. Is there an apple cookie? Wait, hold on. I know there's the candy apple? Caramel candy apple? And I just got an alert sound. What was that? What was that? Oh! Momo, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. 40 followers. Yay! We're already getting closer. We're already getting closer to the 75. I think there's an apple cookie. I think so. I'm doing a challenge. Every stream I visit, I drink 1 carton of milk. You're my 800 milk? Are you okay? How many times have you gone to the bathroom? 800 cartons of milk. Are they like the small ones? Like the little chocolate milk cartons that you get in the... that they would give you in like a cafeteria kind of thing? I hope so. Because... that's a lot of milk to drink. Do you know E10? Wow. Wow. 1 liter carton of milk. That's a lot of milk. Are you okay? I hope you're not lactose intolerant. One liter cartons of milk, and you drank 800. Not in one sitting, right? Not in one sitting. That's a lot of milk. That's a lot of milk. Yeah, how did you get so much milk? There's no way it's all in one sitting, right? That's a lot of... It's like, you're like one of the people from the math problems. Momo has 800 1-liter cartons of milk. How many liters of milk has Momo drank? Are you lactose intolerant? No, I'm not, but my dad is. And Ren is also lactose. They both lactose. I have all 10 of my toes in there. Yes, I have all 10 toes. Lactose. Yeah, they both lactose. Unfortunately. You burping dad farting stream went. Stop it! Stop it! Oh my gosh. Rob. What the heck? What the heck? What the flip? I need someone to clip that and send it in the Discord, and I'm gonna make a starboard just for this clip. What the heck, Rav? Ringo's mom watches the VODs. Yeah, she does. Well, I'll probably... Actually, this VOD's gonna be really funny, so I probably will keep it. She only watches the ones that I upload to YouTube. So maybe I'll keep this one and put it on YouTube to expose you. What the heck? What the heck? Rob, that's crazy. That's actually a crazy thing to say. Expose me? Yeah. Well, you kind of expose yourself, so I don't really need to do much. I swear, this starboard is gonna be all Rav saying weird things. I don't need no exposing. Yeah, I know. It's you do it all yourself. I'm not doing anything. I do no work. I have no part of this. It's all you. It's all you, buddy. What the heck? When do we get the Ringo parent stream? Good question. Do I need to buy two more mics? Well, I guess we could all huddle around one mic. I don't know. Well, I'll tell them that you guys want them on stream. Ringo Mama and Ringo Papa. Don't say anything weird, okay? I'm looking at you, Rav. You specifically. Aki says weird things too, but it's there's a leash on it, at least. I don't say weird things. I don't know. Maybe not often. Aki is mostly normal. Mostly. Name one thing. Let's just scroll up real quick. Hold on. Actually, no. Aki is actually normal. The heck? Aki just bullies me. I just get bullied. I get bullied. You can compensate with cat pictures. I don't do that either. Are you sure? Are you sure? Let's see. Let's see your suggestions on my Google form. Wow, that's crazy. Those are good games. Maybe for someone that likes horror games. Possibly, you know? But let's see. Let's see. Let's pull I pulled it up. Parasocial. Psychological horror game that may or may not have jump scares. Oh, that's crazy. Wow. Wow. Mortuary assistant. Definitely no jump scares whatsoever. Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you like 1,000% certain? 214%. I'm low-key normal too. Rav, don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to yourself. Come on. We all know that you're lying. Right now, you're lying. Sorry, I'm messing with the volume for my mic. Am I too loud? Should I turn down the volume? I'm speaking louder than I normally do. I said may or may not. I gave you a warning. That's basically saying that there is. I think you sound fine. Okay, good. Cause I turned down the mic. Usually I have it at max because I talk quieter. But I moved my setup to the basement so I can speak louder. Only my brother's room is down here, and he doesn't need sleep. That's okay. I'm lying on my back. Oh my gosh. Well, I would hope so. Cause it's like 4 a.m. or something. We're gonna go in the basement. Yeah. I'm in the basement now. We got soundproofing panels, so I can be louder now. But I'm like right beside the stairs, so I can't be like super loud. Yeah. Oh, wait, do you want to see the model I was messing with in VTube Studio? It was it's a free customizable one. I tried my best making it look like myself, but it's this is customizable, you know. It's kind of hard to get all the details. I sent 2 cat photos. Yay! Oh my gosh. Thank you for the evidence. Thank you, Lucky. Yay, cat pictures! Everyone go look right now. Wait, they're so cute! They're so cute. Oh, I want a cat. I want a cat. I need like 5 cats. Wait, I'm opening VTube Studio right now. Right now. We're gonna You guys can see what I was messing with. Ringo's gonna be the crazy cat mom. No, I'm not crazy. I will not be crazy. Just a cat mom. Do you know how to get the model into OBS? Yeah. Yes, I got it in. If it'll open, please. Hello? Can it open, please? Okay. Hello? Too many images, the model doesn't want to be here. I know! It doesn't like... She doesn't like our Christmas tree. Unfortunately. I think it's amazing. I think it's great. We even got a custom tree topper. Custom ornaments. Even the clip ornament, yeah. With no audio, thank goodness. Making clips of myself is low-key terrible. I don't like listening to my voice. But this is... I need to get used to it eventually. Because I want to sing covers and stuff. I want to sing... So then I need to get used to my own voice eventually. Unfortunately. I'll go back and do it. You're gonna make like too many clips of me. When is Ringo cover coming out? I don't know. I haven't decided what I should cover first. I have a list of songs that I want to do. Like all the Apple Vocaloid songs. Okay. It launched. Okay, wait, hold on. Bad apple, yeah. We're getting our first look at live 2D Ringo. Yeah. If it'll let me... Why is it not showing up? Oh. Because I am silly and I forgot to change the mode. Yay! Wow. Wait, hold on. I need to crop it. Can't have that menu showing. Whoa! This is crazy. I'm just gonna put her on top. Is that weird? Okay, maybe we'll... Hold on. Wait. We'll do here so I can wear the hat still. And then... Wow! The tracking isn't the best. But it's a free model, so I can't complain. I can move! Oh, and it stopped. Okay. I can move. I move too much. I'm having too much fun with this. I can move and blink. Freezes instantly. Stop. Stop. But it's not Ringo. Yeah, I try my best. Let's see. It doesn't capture my blinking. Because I wear my glasses too low. Hold on. I was gonna pull up the credits. Whoa. In my email. Let's see. The model is made by Miu. It's a free customizable model on coffee, made by Miu on, wait, hold on, I need, where's their Twitter? I'm gonna pull up their Twitter. Why am I struggling? I need to credit properly even if I'm only using it for today. Whoa, wait, I changed. Why am I different? Oh, I forgot how the hotkeys. Hold on, that's so goofy. This is credits. I'll put it there. Yeah, the hotkey is kind of. I have it set to R for Ringo, but I need to make it so that I don't know. I was too lazy to make it so it doesn't change because I wasn't gonna pull this out, but yeah. I have cat ears now. But yeah. Wow. It's cute. I was having way too much fun with this when I was testing it. I was like, oh my gosh, I can move! You know? You just reminded me I need to add more games to that suggestion form. Oh no. Please no more horror games. I hikey like your PNG drawing more. Yeah. I try my best to make her look like Ringo, but it's kinda... It's hard to customize. Okay, let's revert. Wow. I'm back. Wow. Is it even working? Okay. I like stopped working for a second. I was like, the heck? Why is it broken now? It's hard because your design is really unique. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, okay. Braids. Do you have boundaries for game suggestions? Nothing. Let me think. Hold on. That's a good question, actually. Nothing NSFW. For obvious reasons. What freak level is acceptable? I don't know. I'd like to keep it like, not too freaky. Little bit freaky is okay. Like Otome games is okay. But nothing NSFW. Please. Super horror game is good. No. No, please. Please don't do this to me. I have a hard time drawing wrinkle. It takes me all day or 2 days to get everything right. I'm so sorry. I'll try to find more comfy games. No jump scares, right? No jump scares? Cozy games is so funny. I was like, maybe I can yap while playing a cozy game, but then I couldn't find any. Maybe. What do you mean maybe? It's fun drawing you. Yay! Unfortunately, my hair is in braids, and Rain hates braids. And Rain draws my emotes. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Rain. Thank you for putting up with my hair. I thought braids would be cute. To be fair, I wasn't the one that suggested braids. I was like, what hairstyle should I have? It was not me. I think it was Ren. I had to learn how to draw braids because of you. Oh my gosh. Once you get used to them, I think it's not that bad. I don't know. I draw braids really weirdly too, though. Because I was lazy. I was like, you know what? We're just gonna make them hearts. Pretty much. Yeah. It's worse because I have big, long braids too. It's not like one small braid. No. It's literally all my hair. Maybe my evil twin has short hair. Maybe she has a bob cut. She's green with a bob cut. Or would that make me the evil twin then? And then she would be the nice twin? Cause her hair is easier to draw. Make it perfect before. Oh my gosh. I still need to finish drawing you. I have to finish. I'm almost done coloring one of them. And then I have like a sketch for a second one. Your hair's so fluffy. One of them. Yeah, I have two. back to the tablet. I go, no! Wait, come back. No! Oh my gosh, wait, that reminds me. I wanted to come up with an art tag to use on Twitter. So then I can keep it all in one place. For my drawings. The art tag's mostly for me. Hashtag feet, stop it! No! No. I was having trouble like thinking of one because a lot of people have really smart tags. Like I'm looking at them, I'm like, I'm not that creative, guys, please. Please lower the standards. What's a catchy Apple worded tag? I don't know. I was like, okay, my last name is like basically impossible to think of something. So I'm just gonna reuse this text. What is this? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is from my last stream that I didn't know what to do. Oh my gosh. Guys, we're not playing a game today. No. Put this back. I don't know. I was thinking something like this. Green Van Go. Or Ring Go Gallery. I don't know. We'll put them here, up here. Apple feet, stop it! Apple feet is not happening. Heck no. We need to step away from the feet. Green Van Gogh is a really good one. Is it? I feel like it just looks goofy, you know? Like Kagamina. It's really funny. Is it? Like Kagamina. No. I love Rin. But like Ringo. You know? I was like looking at people's art tags. I was like, wow, some of these are actually genius. Like, oh my gosh. Now you see, some people have like alliteration, right? I was like, yeah, it's really nice. It's nice to like say out loud, you know? And then there's like ones that rhyme, like Flayon's crayons. Like that's so genius. Hello. And then there's some that they just combine an art related word with their name. Like Anna's art tag is like Anna Alouette from Niji. Her art tag is actually genius. It's Palouette, like palette, and her last name Alouette. I'm like, what the heck? How do you come up with that? I just look at one of the VTubers I watch and it's just his full name and art at the end. Yeah, I want to be more creative than that. We still don't have a name either. Yeah, I was gonna bring that up after. I was like, I need a fan name because you guys deserve one. But I have like, unlike my art tag, I had like a couple ideas. I have zero clue. Feetling, stop it! Rob, you can be the one and only Feetling. If you want to, that badly. Feetling can be just Rav. Okay. Oh no. No, no, that was a joke. Please. That was a joke. This is hard. I know. I was like, wait. I need it to be something cute. You know? Cause it needs to be good. Cause Ajax and Aki deserve something good. Rav can still for feelings, apparently. Feelings is crazy. It's easy if you're open-minded. Stop! Feelings has nothing to do with me whatsoever. If you declare on Twitter.com that you are feeling, people will just look at you weird. Little sea urchins. What? So we're all sea urchins now? I thought it was me being the sea urchin and then you guys are just... I don't know. Are we all sea urchins? Do we all boil in the same pot together? How are sea urchins cooked actually? Do people eat sea urchins? Wait, hold on. Are sea urchins edible? I can't spell. I spelled edible wrong. I was looking up Apple themed VTubers to try and get an idea and I found another Ringo. Where? Where? Send in the Discord. We need a Ringo army. I've already gathered a white-haired army, kind of. Oh my gosh. I opened Twitter instead of Discord. What am I doing? Oh my goodness. Wait, she's so cute. We both have braids. Wait, that's so cute. Her design is so cute. It's actually adorable. Spanish. I don't speak Spanish at all, guys. You low-key a copycat. Stop! Stop! Guys, Rap hates me. Why do you hate me? Time to learn Spanish and do a collab. Ringo and Ringo. I need a collab with the white-haired trio. My white-haired trio. Me, which is that's me. Me, full peeking full of people named Ringo. Ringo, wait. Ringo, you hungry? Ringo, I just fell. Ringo just fell, guys. Uh-oh. I think at that point we'd all have to start calling each other by our last names. We need a white-haired trio collab. Peak collab. Me, Aviva, and Aki. We all have white hair, guys. Aki, Aviva, Amazon, Ringo. They're all A's too, what the heck? I'm seeing a theme here. There's another... Okay. He doesn't stream, but there's another Ringo. He like makes little animations on YouTube. His name is Ringo Tsuga, and his animations are so good. They appeared on my Instagram reels one day. I was like, whoa, another Ringo! And I was like, wait, these animations are low-key fire, high-key fire. White-haired A trio, exactly! Peak one. White hair is boring for real? What? Why do you hate me? Rap hates me so much. I'm so bad at peak. I am too. Have you seen my peak videos? I'm dead half the time. Ringo's white and red, so it's not boring. I'm Canadian, guys. I'm the Canada flag. Stop! No! I'm just a Canadian. Stop! I did a drawing of me with maple leaves. What is happening? No! I'm just a Canadian! That can't be my entire thing. Hello? No! Wait. Actually terrible. Ringo's embarrassing her state. I know. I don't represent Canada, guys. I'm just an apple, please. I watched them both. Oh yeah, I forgot you guys were not gonna have streams this week. Like, y'all are crazy. It's just a week. I watched all the VODs. How? How many hours of VODs is that? How many? Wait, okay. How many VODs do I have? Hold on. There's not that many. Let's see. I'm gonna do the math right now. Okay. 3.5 hours. And then 1.5 hours. I'm rounding them. Plus 2.75 hours. Plus 3.75 hours. Plus I'm gonna round that to 2.25 plus 2.5 hours plus 2 hours plus 3 hours plus 2.5 hours plus 2 hours 45. That's 26.5 hours of VODs. And you watched all of them. It hasn't even been a full week. How? How do you do that? What the heck? I watched only one VOD. See, that's a healthy amount of Ringo consumption. 26.5. That's actually crazy. I leave it on my second monitor while I do things. Okay. Okay, that's reasonable. That makes sense, actually. I'll accept that answer. Too much Ringo consumption might make your brain shrink in size, I fear. I think your brain cell will shrink. What? No, wait. Your brain will shrink to the size of an apple seed. It should be fine. Uh-oh. I can feel all of our IQs dropping. Brain rot already did that. I'm the equivalent of brain rot, guys. Guys, my Oshi posted an apple emoji. My Oshi posted an apple emoji. I'm too excited about this. Guys. Hold up. Hold up. That's crazy. Apple's mentioned. I reposted it. Don't say anything. Don't say anything on twitter.com. Ringo's brain is stopping. She keeps messing up her words. I do that all the time. This is not a rare occurrence. My foot is stuck. Okay. Ow. I got it unstuck. Telling him right now. No. Wait. Aki, no. I will know when you do it. I have notifications turned on for you. You have to turn them off? No. No thanks. I don't want to. No thanks. I have notifications on for all of my Oshis. I have to do it while you're sleeping. No! Why are mine on then? What do you mean? You're included in the group. Is there something wrong with that? Do you have something to say to me? Guys, VTuber Akito hates me. It's cause you're too fast. You're too fast when I tweet something. So I'm like, okay, fine. I gotta be fast too. And then half the time I'm like busy, so then I can't even be fast. This is revenge cause you're too fast. I didn't say I hate you. He hates me, guys. He hates me. Rav and Aki hate me. This is a terrible day. What do you mean too fast? I swear, I post something, 2 minutes later, boom, you're there. The heck? Maybe you're just chronically online. No, wait, no, that's mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is my formal apology. I have notifications on too. That's what I thought. Because I was like, there's no way. There's no way he lives on Twitter. We got sidetracked so bad. I still need a name for you guys. Fan name, please. We need to get back on track. Feelings, stop it! No! I'm not calling you guys feelings. Like, instead of hurting my feelings, people hurt my feelings. No, that's weird. Stop it. I kind of clicked with that one, but stop. No. Absolutely not. I barely even post. That's true. We need that clipped. No! Why? Hello? No! That does not need to be clipped. Already on it. No! Stop. One clip from this stream is already enough. Okay, well, Aki's doing that. Is there a better name for us? I don't know. I have zero ideas, but it's not gonna be feelings, okay? People hurt my feelings. No, no! Stop! Oh my gosh. Another one for the tree. I'm not putting that one on. We already have the yaoi one. We already have the yaoi one. By the way, you guys didn't answer my question. I asked what ship and no one said anything. They're like, I'm clipping that. That's all it was. Oh my gosh. Who is the one who brought up the 50-page yaoi? That's a good question. That's a really good question. It started with Aki bringing up the 50-page essay, and then I think it was Rav. Xiaowen Zhongli. Okay, I'm not reading it. No thanks. Was it before or after the Oshi push conversation? Okay, let's see. Burping stream. Darn! It doesn't go that far back. Okay, that's okay. I think it was before. I think so too. All roads lead to Rav. Yeah. If anything unhinged happens on stream, instead of it being Ringo's fault, it is now Rav's fault. Okay. We can just look at the clip. Oh, that's true. That's true. I'm so smart, guys. Aki is a genius. Ringo has no brain cells. Okay, can you blame me? It's like 10:30 p.m. It was rough. See? What did I say? What did I say? I told you. I was right. My memory is maybe bad, but it's not that bad. I hope you know my water is almost finished. Fan names are hard. I know. I was like, I have no ideas. See, with the art tag, I had ideas. Like one, but fan names are hard. Because usually you want to associate with something else, like maybe like combining two words. So I was like, okay, maybe I can associate you guys with an animal, but I couldn't think of an animal, and I'm not doing sea urchins. Raccoon. You guys are raccoons? I think that's me. That's definitely me. I'm definitely that raccoon. I don't know about you guys. Are there animals that bully raccoons other than humans? There's still 87 hours left to stream. Nope. Nope. We're not going that long today, guys. You wish. Worms eat apples. That's what I was... Ren suggested that too. They're like, I don't know, worms? But I was like, but that's... I don't know. Depends. Worms can be cute and like little silly guys, but can also be kind of insulting, you know? Depends on how you take it. Oh my gosh, no, wait. Worms combined with Ringo would be ringworms. You guys are ringworms. No, that's terrible. No, that's such a no. That's so mean. Hello, my worms. No, no.
Hi, streamer.
Oh, my brother's here.
Okay, so I overheard your thingy.
Ringworms. No, ringworms.
There's a ringworm in Yu-Gi-Oh! Except it's a dragon.
Okay. But I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! That's you!
We'll be back.
Oh my gosh. I got ambushed. Cons of being in the basement next to my brother's room.
I live in the basement of a streamer.
Ringworms. That's so mean. Aren't they like a parasite? You guys are not parasites.
It was literally called Ringo Worm. Sorry.
It's
Chat
a
can't see it. Chat
skin
can't see it.
skin infection. You guys want to be named after a skin infection? I can't even read that. He's trying to show me a picture, but I can't even read it. Ringo-san is so unimpressed by that Yu-Gi-Oh knowledge. Yeah. We are an infection to Ringo. No! Absolutely not.
You can just look at the wiki page.
Ringo worm. Oh, it's spelled worm like a... Like, with a U. Wait, I didn't read the rest. The dragon guarding the 100 apples.
This
I'm
guy's
not
cool, but
100
it's bad.
apples. I am 2 apples tall.
Okay, chat. So Ringo in real life is like a freaking gremlin.
Hello?
Ringo is like super short and tiny, and I think chat, you just need to remember that, okay?
What the flip?
Hi, chat.
I'm not gremlin. Hello? If out of everyone here, Rav is the most gremlin.
Yeah, you're not a gremlin. You're an apple.
Yeah, I'm an apple. How tall is Ringo? Oh no. I'm short, guys.
Probably at least less than 5 feet, probably. I didn't
No! Hello? This guy does not know how to measure things. No, I'm like 5'2".
I mean, Ringo just looks short.
That's because he's taller than me. Everyone is taller than me, so he's like, yeah, you must be like a midget. Height baiting. No! He's height baiting! I'm a small apple.
Sorry, I don't think small apples look like anime ladies.
I'm 2 apples tall. Is your brother 6'7"? Not even close. Haha. He's short too!
Yeah, but
I
you're
got a
shorter.
whole 9 inches. 9 inches!
6,
Aki's a-
7.
Ringo bro just did something very mean. Anyways, Aki is super tall. The heck?
Has to be like 9'4".
9'4" is crazy.
That's like Goliath. That's like Goliath level height. But to be honest,
No, Ringo bro's actually kind of short too.
yeah, but I'm still taller than you.
Okay, taller than me is not a very. That's not a flex. Everyone's taller than me except like little kids.
Yeah, that's why you're amazing.
Ringo bro is 5'3". Aki's saying you're 5'3".
I'm taller than that.
He's taller than that, but he's definitely less than 6 feet. It's okay. Everyone in the Apple family is pretty short. I'm short and I'm still taller than my mom. Ringo mom is very short. Except my uncle. Bro, my uncle's a giant.
Yeah, all the uncles are giants.
Yeah, all of my uncles are giants. Except my dad is not a giant. Which is actually kind of crazy. Ringo mom is 1 apple tall. Yeah. I'm 2 apples tall. And Ringo mama is 1 apple tall. And then Ringo bro is 3 apples tall. Wait, are you taller than Ringo dad?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Ringo dad is 3 apples tall. And Ringo bro is 3.5 apples tall. A whole family stream? That's gonna be so
I
chaos.
thought you're Canadian. Why are you using like the equivalent of imperial measurements?
What the heck? Apples is a very good measurement tool. Unit of measurement. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree, chat? We keep getting sidetracked. You guys are not ringworms, okay? No ringworms, no feetlings.
Apple is a pretty good way to measure.
Yeah, see? Disagree. Okay. Okay, feetling. Feetling singular. Can I change your nickname in the Discord to Feetling.
Just add the role.
Add a role? That's true, I can. The one and only Feetling. Wait, I'm gonna add one right now.
Alright, what color do you want? You get a pick.
No, I get a pick.
Oh. Sorry, there's no audience participation.
No.
You're under the...
Raph chose the name.
You can change their name.
I'm changing the color.
No, you have to put the one and only, not just the.
Oh, okay, sorry, my bad. What do you think about this color?
Are you sure?
No, that's why I'm asking you.
What do you think a feelings color would be?
Sounds like a green, teal. Oh my gosh, this is perfect. This is actually the perfect color. It sounds like a type of dragon.
Is it diarrhea brown? Okay, that was the.
That was the original color. How'd you know? They know me so well.
Chat is in our walls. Yeah, no capitalization.
No capitalization, yeah. Boom. And then I'm gonna put it right there.
Go higher up so you can sneak out like a special place.
No, but Rav already has the dono. The dono roll. Those are already displayed separately. I can't put Rav in half dono, half feeling.
What can I say?
Okay, you're like a dark, it's like a dark green, tealish color. Okay, we're gonna, okay, I think we decided our tag to be Rin Van Gogh. So we're gonna, actually let's put that right now. They put that in Ringo updates or announcements? I have 0 things for announcements, everything goes to Ringo updates. Okay, let's do it. Live on stream at Ringo updates. As decided.
Better be a feetling than a ringworm.
Yeah, ringworm is kind of terrible.
Ringworms are toxic, by the way.
You should put the goals in the announcements. Oh, true. I'll put that in after I'm done typing this one. Let's see. As decided on today's stream, Ringo's art tag in brackets for Twitter will be hashtag Rin
Does your bro
Van
stream? No.
Go.
No, I don't.
No, he just comes here occasionally to backseat me.
Yeah, it's great.
Especially
It's awesome.
especially Hollow Knight. I haven't played Hollow Knight in a while, and I forgot to save those VODs, so they're lost.
That was too bad.
They're lost to the void, unfortunately.
Maybe one day. When you get Ringo Pro stream, someday. Maybe if you complete like a give Ring Bro money challenge, I'll actually stream.
A what? What did he say? Ringworm challenge? Okay, if Ringo Bro can get a ringworm infection, he'll start streaming.
What? On it right now. Oh.
We need him here for a game. Uh-oh. Okay, announcements.
Okay, that mean I'll.
Did you know Ringo Bro wasn't even... Let's see. Ringo Bro started following me really late.
Don't dox
How
me.
how embarrassing. How embarrassing.
Yeah, so
I
for
got my
context,
first raid.
IRL, Ringo had to go up to me and beg me to follow her on Twitch.tv, and I had to log into my account that I have not touched for
Ringo
like,
Bro's so
months.
fake. He's such a
Ringo
fake
Bro doesn't support
fake
Ringo?
Yeah, see? He's
Okay.
so fake.
I support her in the back seats. And
I
that's
got-
what's important.
I got my first raid before he started. Before he even started following me, guys. This is terrible. He's so fake. He's so fake. He backseats me in Hollow Knight. Ring Bro so real. Okay. Okay, wait. I need to copy and paste these. Okay. Do I even have an announcements ping? I don't. Maybe I should get one. It's okay. I'll just ping everyone. At Apple Seeds. Okay, let's see. You guys want me to stream for like a whole week non-stop.
The subathon. You never use it, so you don't even have the announcements ping.
Yeah, that's true. Endurance stream slash would it be a donathon or subathon?
Subathon.
Subathon?
Well, that depends on what you're trying to get.
Yeah, that depends. What do you think, guys? We
You're
can
pretty
talk
sure.
in the announcements channel. Wait, actually, no way. Hold on, wait. Oops.
Chat, quick, quick.
Wait.
Type in the announcements. Type in the announcements.
There shouldn't be.
Subathon, since you are on Twitch and getting subs is easier than donos.
Okay. Wait. Oh shoot!
Subathon.
Wait, you can. Oopsies. Oopsies. That's crazy.
Okay, good.
No!
Go work chat.
No. Okay, you know what? We're gonna keep those there since it's funny. Gosh darn. Ringo heart emote. Cause I love that one. And then I paste. Oops. Wait, you can still send stuff? I thought I fixed it. Wait, hold on. Oh shoot. I did it for everyone and not... Oh. Wait, what? Huh? Wait. Wait, am I stupid?
Yes.
Send messages is off. Attach files off. Huh? Wait, I'm so confused. Guys, I think I'm stupid. Turn what off?
This is for everyone.
Yeah.
Wait.
Threads is separate. Wait. Wait.
Did you make sure the rules can't do it too?
Yeah. Okay. Can you still send stuff? Guys, wait! No, Ralph, that's too many. Stop, wait, stop. I'm deleting those. I'll keep the first ones and the cat picture. But gosh darn it. Wait. Hold up. Hold up. Wait.
Streamer can't
No.
Discord it.
I'm so confused. Wait. Is it only this channel or is it everything in the category? Wait. Oh my gosh. Stop. Ring Bro's laughing at me. It's only that one. Okay. Maybe this was my old one that... Maybe this is something else that I ended up reusing. Wait, but if
It's
I...
fixed now. But if you do it, you have to enable it for yourself probably.
No, because I'm moderator, so it overrides it anyways.
Oh, okay.
I'm admin. Ralph started a thread. Oh no. Guys, wait. Pause. Hold on. I'll keep the cat picture. Everything after that is getting nuked. Threads? Threads is okay, I guess. No, but they clog up the chat. Create threads. No. Private threads, sure. Fine, whatever. Guys. Okay. I'm nuking everything after Aki's cat picture. Bye. 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 Guys, this never happened. Okay, this never happened. This is all just a dream. Can I delete this? Will the thread stay? Okay. What the flip? Stop it! Rap, stop it!
Crazy Guerilla stream today.
Stop. Okay, you know
We're
what?
getting the behind the scenes experience.
live moderation, guys. Okay, wait. No threads. No threads for anyone. Was that the category or the announcements? Hold on. Oh my goodness. No. Reactions is okay. You're getting nuked.
Are you even reading those properly?
Nuke. I just have to use the announcements channel so much that they don't see
We got
that.
Christmas tree. Ringo on Yaoi ship, Ringo on appearance and feel
Stop it!
feelings. I can't read.
Okay. There you go. Oh, why is it like... Okay, well, whatever. They're not aligned. They're not freaking aligned. Hold on. Let's see if I can...
Just hit tab.
But if I hit... No, I can't.
Why not?
It does this instead.
Be there, tab friend. I can still see the threads.
Oh.
Are those private? Those probably are private threads then.
No, I think I need to delete the threads because they were made...
Oh!
They were... Oh my gosh. Delete thread. Oh my goodness. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! No! Oh my gosh. No! No! Guys, this is why I never apply to be a Discord mod. This is the real reason. Cause I'll just mess everything up. And then they'll be like, what the flip is happening to the server? Is that all of them? That's all of them, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank goodness. Oh my gosh. That was terrible. That was a whole thing. This is what happens when I come back from my break when I'm not supposed to.
We can type in Ringo links too.
Oh jeez.
Imagine like the VOD watchers wondering what's going on.
Yeah,
in
VOD
real
watchers
time.
are like, what is happening?
This is the most
Rob, I swear,
this
if
is
you
the most
if you start
audience participation you'll get, chat.
generational bubble, stop it! Stop it! No, 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 no. Guys, this is terrible. You know what's so funny?
Removing reactions,
Oops.
you monster.
You know what's crazy? Oh. I turned it off for the role, but not for everyone. This is so silly.
Wait, go back to
Oh
everyone.
my
I
gosh.
think you removed the ping.
Remove the what?
Wait, scroll down. Mention everyone at urinal.
Okay. There. That's crazy. Hold on, guys. I swear, if you can type in this one too. Oh shoot, they can. No! I'm fixing it before you say anything.
They already said stuff in.
No, for this one. Okay. Oh my gosh. You guys are getting nuked. Everyone in the Discord wondering what's happening. And then VOD watchers also wondering what's happening. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm suffering right now, trying to fix my Discord server.
You need to change the follow goal.
Oh, I have it to auto update. And it only updates after I end. I don't know how to make it so that I can manually update it. Guys, I'm too slow for
Streamer's
this.
tech illiterate.
I am tech illiterate. Unfortunately.
So unfortunately, the Ringo's dad is way more tech literate than.
Stop. I can't believe I'm getting bullied. Wait. Would it be manage goals?
#1 scuff streamer. True.
This is true.
We got all.
Oh, I
aspects
got
of the
it,
stuff.
guys. I got it. What am I at? 75. That's our goal. Okay. Let's go. Scuff off and on stream. Stop it. It's okay. This scuff is funny. This scuff is funny. At least I hope. Oh my gosh! Stop, Rav, no!
When's the next
No! Stop it! Stop, stop, stop! Stop! Oh my gosh! No! Rav, I swear! No threads!
Also, you got some threads from your server. I think you're a bit late.
Yeah, it's okay. I found them. How do you... Wait, what? I turned off the freaking permissions. Guys, no.
In Zazabert, we trust. Who's Zazabert? Streamer?
I don't
Streamer
know.
help?
Don't ask me. Unfortunately, I'm kind of chronically offline sometimes.
Epic Discord Gaming. And Twitch chat, and chat doesn't even get to see it on stream.
Stop. I got rid of the permissions. Wait, do I have to do it for every separate channel? No, but I did it for the category. Oh my goodness. This is terrible. This is too much work. This is why I don't make Discord servers. Oh my gosh, no threads. I guess we're doing it for every single one. Okay. I'm just gonna turn it off for everything.
Dog.
Just to be safe, you know?
Yeah, chat, you're right. I am suffering. Doesn't that mean you're shutting down the server basically? If you're shutting it down for everything?
No, for the announcement channels that they're not supposed to type in. Ringo Bro's trying to be so smart. Alright, I already turned it off. Okay.
Yeah, I also get to see how bad
No!
the cursor control is.
Rav, stop. Rav, stop it. Stop it. This is terrible. Why'd I leave the threads things on? Rav should get another role called server terrorist.
Oh, just that Rav is a mod. They'll probably figure it out.
No, Rav will make things goofy. Rav is not allowed. Rav is not allowed to ever get mod perms.
Rap will ruin the server to get mod.
Yeah, I agree.
Hell no, I ain't sleeping off for free.
Okay. Surely that's everything, right? Surely. And then I'm gonna see a random thread from Rav again. Oh my gosh.
Why is the voice chat labeled Guerilla?
Dog, do you not know how Discord works? That's not what the channel name is called. You can change it. This is changeable. See?
Why are you chatting about Guerilla?
Cause I'm doing a Guerilla stream. It's a fun. Oh no, I see something there.
I don't think that's how you spell. Like,
yeah, and no, I know it's spelled differently. It's supposed to be funny. Cause it's pronounced the same. Ringo Bro is kind of chronically offline.
We can still talk in the links.
Oh no.
Send links, send links. If you find a link, you'll legally have to click on it, Ringo.
No.
Ringo legally has to click on it.
No. Oh shoot, I forgot. No threads, please. No threads. No threads, please. Do I have to do it for every single role? Surely not, right? Surely not. I feel like
if you need some brain rot straight into your brain, for real.
I feel like some of these. I feel like there's an easier way to do this.
6, 7.
No 6, 7. What the flip? Ringo Bro is trying to. Did I just do that one?
6, 1.
Okay. Surely, right?
Good job, chat.
Surely that's everything, right? Oh my gosh, no! Don't make a thread,
Ringo is
please.
now practically checking every single channel. I support this message.
That's all of them, right? Surely.
Streamer, say the thing. Say the thing,
No!
streamer.
No. Ajax came back just for the brain rot.
Say the line, streamer.
No. Since you want me to, I'm not gonna do it.
Darn. Streamer, don't say 6, 7.
That's not how it works. Okay, if you somehow manage...
Streamer, count to 10.
This Ringo Bro thinks he's so funny. He thinks he's so smart.
Streamer can't count to 10. I think you got everything.
Thank goodness. Thank freaking goodness. Okay, wait. I'm gonna keep I'll keep just these ones because it's funny, and the announcements
channel.
channel.
The cat is very important.
The cat is very important. The cat is a very important part of our server now.
The voices are speaking.
No. Okay, wait. I said if we hit some of the goals. Wait. Oh, how about this? How about this? I'm gonna edit the message in here. I'm editing that message in the announcements channel. Ringo, bro, give me a deadline before my birthday.
I don't know, New Year?
By New Year?
Like
Is that realistic?
2026?
Sure. By January 1st. Can I send one thing in announcements?
On one.
Sure. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to edit this. The message first. Who is this? Rob. Okay, Ringo, bro. I'm forcing you to go into the mines.
No!
And then I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna. Sorry, I'm deleting the announcements, Rav. You're gonna have to do. No, I'm gonna delete it so then it's after. So then Ajax can say something first. Okay, I'm adding it for just Ajax, hopefully. Hello? Members. Am I stupid?
Yes.
Hold on. Okay. You can send messages. Do it fast. So then I can turn it off. I think this is how it works, right, Shirley? Here, I'll put it. Okay, I don't know. Can you? Is it working?
Unfortunately.
Ajax, does it work? Surely, right? Because if I add a specific member, then right, it overrides the rules. No, it should, right? That's the logical way. They say I have to finish my water before I end stream.
Add me too.
You're so funny, Rab. You're so funny. The funniest ever. Ajax, go. Stop, I have so many messages now from my... Oh. Mark as read. Oh my goodness. All these threads. This is crazy. Where's Ajax?
Hold on, let him cook.
Ajax is cooking.
Probably, like, rapidly typing up a light novel.
No, please. No, not the 50-page essay. Not the 50-page Yaoi fanfic.
Alright, chat, your goal is to make that copy pasta or something.
No, no copy pastas of me and Yaoi, please.
Lost in the void again.
No, Yaoi copy pasta.
Probably just...
Let me send an image. Okay. I hope it's not a screenshot of a 50-page Yaoi essay.
He's lost in the sauce.
Let me know if it's not working.
It's not Yaoi.
It's not Yaoi? Okay.
I swear.
Okay, thank you.
Watch it be Yuri.
Yuri? Okay, wait. I'm gonna rename this one.
Let me send an image.
Ringo Ring Van Go. Ring Van
It's Yaoi.
Go. Is it actually?
I swear. Do you want the Yaoi?
This VOD's gonna be so chaotic. VOD game's gonna be so confused.
Do you want the Yaoi?
Stop. Should I make that a rule? A joke rule? No yaoi? Top 5 Ringo streams. Stop! It's just chaos. We made a Christmas tree and now I'm struggling with my Discord server. This is terrible.
Number 1.
I must send an important message to the people. Uh-oh. Wait, that reminds me of something. Wait, oh my gosh, there's this really funny screenshot of
Yaoi?
of Yaoi. Wait, stop. It's a sticker in a private.
Oh, it's the other one, the other Yaoi message. I was thinking, what of the other?
Wait, shoot. I need to ask Rain to DM me the image because it's a sticker, but I don't have it. I don't have it.
Ajax is typing. I think Ajax is typing out an image.
I'm gonna DM Rain right now. Can you send me the Yaoi sticker? That's what it was, right?
Yeah. Just said Transformers Yaoi, they would have known.
Oh, right, Transformers Yaoi. Okay. Stop. Jet's saying he deserves the role of Ringo. Hello? What the flip? My mods are trying to overthrow me.
Let me attach. He can't
Oh,
attach
oops, sorry. I only said send. I only said send messages. Okay, hold on. Attach files. There you go. Together we stand, divided we goon. Hello?
When divided, we can. Hey, I was reading that. Don't click off chat.
Oh, sorry. I usually have it open on my phone, but. I'll put it here in assets.
Apple is God.
Apple is God, Apple is good, Apple is great. Overthrow Ringo to crown the apple. Hello? That's a crazy thing to say. Okay, now I can put the actual announcement. Boom. With update.
Chat's not loading. Wait, hold on. On your phone. You have to open up in the.
Just close it and reopen it. Dog, it's not that hard. Ringo Bros throwing. Okay. There you go. Your temporary rights have been revoked. Anyways, I need to show you guys something. I should just have this on my starting. I should keep it on my starting screen.
Viva la revolution.
No. Yeah, get rid of that.
Put on forehead.
That's what I'm doing. There. This is what you wanted it for? Yeah.
Yes.
Hi Rain, welcome back. I was struggling with the Discord server for a good, like, I don't even know, like an hour.
I don't know if I should be proud.
You should be proud. Can you redraw your PNG and add this to your shirt? Stop it! No! Stop!
Hi, I'm supposed to be playing Amabunnies.
I saw that, but I decided to ignore it. Yeah, that's the wise decision here. Yeah, they're trying to start a coup d'etat. They're trying to start a coup.
Rip fire. All.
They're trying to overthrow me. Okay, Rav, you're now streamer. I'll roleplay as chat, as ringworms. Oh, I need a better name than ringworms. That's terrible. Under Yaoi we unite. Hey, I am a Yaoi supporter too.
Against Ringo we stand. I think you forgot
Ringworms.
the first part.
Okay, that was the best. That was the best fan name we could come up with. Okay.
What did you do while I was gone?
It's okay. It's not ringworms
Stuff
like
went
like the
down.
disease, like the infection. It's like worm, like a regular worm that eats apples combined with Ringo. So it became ringworms. Terrible. I need a
spell it with like what? Why?
ringworm. A for effort. In theory it's smart, but it's also a terrible name. Like ringworms is crazy.
Nah, Ringworms is crazy. First time chat.
Hi. Why is this your first impression of me? This is the worst time. Stop. I got how many people? 1, 2, 3. 3 new people today, and it's my Guerilla stream where I'm going crazy. This is terrible. This has been a very interesting first stream. Oh my goodness, no. This is terrible. If you want it, if you're interested in doing the Discord where things were going down,
Shameless self-promotion.
yes, self-promo, guys. Boom. There you go. This is terrible. This is your first impression of me.
Ringo is
Oh,
taking
I'm not
another
like
week off
I'm
after
not
this.
like this all the time, I swear. Would you still love me if I was a Ringo worm? No, not Ringo worm, ringworm.
Would you still love
My friend says it's
the
creative.
worm?
It is creative. It's just a terrible, terrible thing to call people. Taking another week off? Nope. Nope. I'm not. I'll be back next week. Next Thursday.
Going back to Amabunnies or not?
Going back to Amphorius. Good
Call
luck.
the damage control department.
Stop. Oh yeah, I added the welcome thing really late because at first I was like, oh, I probably don't need it, and then I was like, okay, you know what, it
draw
would
them
be
with
good because
ringworms?
I was seeing like Aki and Rav just slid into the server and I didn't even notice. I was like, what the heck?
It's been 30 minutes. I don't know who's talking with
Oh, it's Ringo bro. It's my brother.
Tap me up. I'll tap you up through the screen.
Stop. Okay, go back to your room.
I'm
Go
being
back to your
damaged.
room. He's just been bullying me.
I've been banished to the basement.
What's up, Ringo bro? Dab me up. Okay, you need to dab up Ajax.
Okay, I don't know how to do.
I don't know. Just clap into the mic or something. I don't know. This is crazy. I come back from my break.
It's okay. I felt it virtually.
The mic is peaking. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I need to. I'm gonna turn down my volume, guys. Guys, I swear.
Fine, I'm being banished.
I swear. Okay, the mic has been peaking a lot. I'm so sorry. I swear, I'm usually not this loud. Like, my volume is down a ton. Smack the monitor. Stop. Guys, it's terrible. This is the longest yap session ever. And it's because we made a Christmas tree. The only time it gets really loud is when you move or hit your mic. Oh, I'm so sorry. I moved my mic a lot. I moved my mic a lot today because I'm in the basement now, so I need to find a good position for my mic. Guys, please don't overthrow me in the Discord. Please. Please, I'm just 2 apples tall. I don't have the capacity to handle this. I have a big ass project and the stream is sidetracking me hard. I can't take my eyes off. There's nothing to look at. It's just the Christmas tree. Lock in, Ajax. Come on. You need to log in. Photo of this for the Discord? Like a screenshot? Oh no. Yeah, log in. Good luck with the project. Stop. This is a terrible. This stream is so unhinged. What the heck? Okay. I need to actually lock in and come up with a good name because I can't call you guys ringworms. That's insulting. I'm sorry. It's funny, but insulting. It can be the joke. It's like you guys have your real fan name and then there's the ringworms. I'll greet you guys as ringworms next time. Next week I'll be like, "Hi ringworms, did you miss me?" That's so terrible. It's creative, yeah. I guess. Imagine you want to commission a mascot and you have to ask someone to make you a creature with the name ringworms. No, I know. They'll be like, "Are you crazy? Do you hate your fans?" This is terrible. I can't go to sleep with knowing that I call you guys ringworms. We need something better. Need something better. Not sea urchin related. Let's see. My first, what other animal loves apples? That's a good question. My first thought though for an animal to associate with you guys was bunnies, but I don't know. Bunnies are super cute, and you guys are just little gremlins. What animals eat apples? Raccoons. Horses. Let's see. Deer, bears, squirrels, raccoons, mice, beavers, porcupines, songbirds. Chat, are you guys good at singing? Okay, chat, sing for me. Let's see. The Ringo's cover coming out soon. I don't even know what song I'm gonna cover. This is hard. I know. I've been pondering this for a while, and I was like, okay, I can't come up with anything. I need help. Why are we all stuck? This is terrible. Let's see. A common theme also is like combining it with like friends or family related words, specifically like Japanese words, but they don't fit well. They don't fit well with my name in like a cute way. I don't know. Do bunnies eat apples? Let's see. Oh wait, this is kind of perfect. They should only be bunnies can eat apples, but they should only be given as a treat in moderation. Moderation. Yeah, not like consuming. How much was it? 26 and a half hours worth of apple? Applings? That kind of sounds like the Pokemon Applin. I was thinking Amabunnies. Like this. Wait, let me type it out. Like that. I don't know. This is hard. I'm not creative enough for this. That sounds nice. It's cute. Like, yeah, it's cute, not like feetlings. What is with raven feet? This is like what? This is terrible. Feetlings is crazy. Now they have the feelings roll. Yeah, I made it just for Rav. Oh my goodness. Stop. This is... Feelings is crazy. I'm never getting over that. Every time Rap says anything in the Discord now, I'm gonna be like, what the flip? Feelings. What? Like, are you being so for real right now? Anyways, I was gonna say this earlier, and then we got super sidetracked. But the new emotes I have, I'm commissioning is wait, Loki, I forgot. Hold on, I forgot. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Oh, I'm getting myself drawn as the Wonderhoy sticker from Project Sekai. So we're gonna get Ringo Wonderhoy. And then I'm gonna get like a kind of shock face one. And then a cheering one with like light sticks. And then one surprise one. One surprise one that I think is gonna be really funny. You guys will just have to wait. But I'm planning to have it as both an emote and a sticker. You can't keep it a secret. No, it's really funny and really genius. It needs to be a secret, or else it won't be like a big. It won't make as much of an impact. It needs to be. It needs to be for the funny. I'm doing this for the bit. The best one we got is Amabunnies. Let's ask the Discord. How do y'all feel? There you go. I need opinions. Amabunnies is cute, but will be ringworms at heart. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is like an OG thing, I guess. OGs can be ringworms and Amabunnies at the same time, I guess. Oh, and then I can do a drawing stream. And then we can design you guys little bunnies. Does that mean I need bunny ears? I need a bunny ear asset. Only people in this stream can be Amabunnies with ringworms. Oh no. Okay. Should I write it down? I need like evidence. Okay. Ringworms. I'm writing it down. Okay. It'll be Aki. Oh my gosh. Rav. The skin infected Amabunnies. Yeah, because you guys were contaminated with too much. This is what happens when you don't give bunnies apples in moderation. They become infected. They get ringworm. Okay. Aki, Rav, Clarad. I don't know if I'm saying your name right. I'm so sorry. Rain. Ajax. Who else? Who else was here? Um, are we counting Belle? Are we counting the people that pulled up at the beginning? Haven't seen them in a while. I don't know. They haven't contributed, so they don't get to be. They don't. Maybe the people who were here for the ringworm part. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Do I make a roll? Do I make a roll for the ringworms? This is absurd. What is even happening anymore? This is crazy. Would you guys be red bunnies or white bunnies? That's the real question. There needs to be a roll? Okay, bet. Let's see. Maybe both? But what would the main color be? Okay, should I have the Amabunnies be separate? Like display separately? Not the Amabunnies, the ringworms. What color are the ringworms? Maybe kind of like a worm color mixed with a... maybe like an orangey color. That's kind of in between. There you go. You guys can be orange. Orange ringworms. This is crazy. What am I doing? It's almost 12 p.m. 12 a.m. and I'm busy making a roll called ringworms. Plus one mine and how their ears and tail are like red. Oh, that's smart. That's so smart. Okay. Okay, let's see. Ringworms, let's go down the list. Me, of course. Rain. Rav. Aki. Ajax. Am I missing anyone? Wait, let me check the list that I sent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, perfect. Boom, you guys are now ringworms. Oh my gosh, I can't spell. This is crazy. Yay, ringworms! This is crazy. What is even happening? I'll put them up here. I'll even put them above apple seeds. Oh, I should change that to Amabunnies. The 5 ringworms. Oh my gosh. Stop. No. Oh my gosh. There's no ringworms. This is crazy. This is so funny. It's almost 1:40. What the flip? Oh yeah, you're like 2 hours ahead. Hello, ringworms. The council of ringworms. This is so. What is even happening? I think we lost the plot. We lost the sauce. You have to start every stream with hello ringworms and Amabunnies. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I had to greet the ringworms first. Best Ringo stream so far. Oh my goodness. Stop. What is even happening anymore? Do I have to post the VOD for this now? Maybe I'll heavily edit it. So then it's just the ringworms part. I'll just clip that and I'll post that. The Christmas tree building and the ringworms. Oh yeah. We have a new person who has stumbled upon the orchard in the midst of being dubbed ringworms. So Kurad, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. Do you want an ornament on our Christmas tree? Here, I'll put this here. Just super small, so if you really want to read it, there you go. It lives there now. I got sidetracked. Yeah. Sorry. Blame the ringworms. Blame the ringworms. Kura, do you want? Are you still here? Do you want an ornament on our beautiful Christmas tree? Alright. What would you like? What would you like as your ornament? As you can see, we have literally everything. Including a clip of me asking about yaoi. Someone's gonna come in with no context and hear you talking about ringworms. Stop it! No! It's bound to happen. As soon as you guys were officially dubbed ringworms. Just a medical brand. A band-aid? Okay, that's... Yeah, I can do that. We'll find a green band-aid. That's literally what Ajax did too. They're like, just put the laundry detergent brand. I'm like, okay. So, and then I found a green one that matches everyone. Okay. Green Band-Aid. Transparent PNG. This is so goofy. There's so much green on this tree. I know. We gotta contrast, you know? Cause I'm red and all my entire background is red. So we need the tree to stand out and be green. Green Band-Aid. This was supposed to be a quick stream. Radioactive Christmas trees and ringworms. Yup. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Hey, we circled back though to the Christmas tree. Quick stream. I know, it's past 4 hours already. I was like, okay, I'll do maybe like an hour. I was like, I can't yap for that long. I can't. Surely the most I can yap is like an hour or maybe an hour and a half. Clearly not. 4 hours. Okay, to be fair, it's not my fault. Shift over Ajax a little bit. And I guess I'll shift over myself as well. Okay, now I don't like where Ajax is. I put Ajax. Okay. Perfect. What a great, amazing Christmas tree we decorated together. We enjoy the yap. I hope so. I hope so. This is an insane stream. Do I even want to keep the VOD for this? Maybe I'll keep the VOD forever. Just for the funny, for the memories. Okay guys, this is the one VOD where you need to make lots of clips. Cause the clips stay, but the VOD doesn't. Unless I highlight it. Should I highlight it? Maybe I will. I need a clip of the ringworms. But yay! We have officially decided on a fan name and an art tag, which is all I needed. Speaking of art, guys, please, can someone draw me, please, as the, you know, the Chinese military trend where they do that super cool, like, high kick where it's literally just like a straight line. That's so cool. Someone please. Please. I want to be cool sometimes too. Not just chaos. Please. Thank you. Please and thank you. And then post it in the Discord. In the art channel. I can try. Yay! Thank you. I would draw it myself, but I'm terrible at drawing full body. The anatomy just kills me. So terrible. Let's see. I should make a general art channel too. Okay. Yeah, I'll make a general art channel so then I can put doodles of my Oshis in there. There you go. I'll put it. I have so many drawings of my Oshis. Oh my gosh, I have so many. I prefer drawing traditional, like on pen and paper. So I have so many doodles of all my Oshis. It's a little crazy. I used to draw on my schoolwork, so I just ripped them out and glued them into my sketchbook. Because I don't like drawing in my sketchbook. I draw better when it's on like the back of a math worksheet or something like that. As soon as I put my pencil on a sketchbook, it turns out so cooked, so dookie, so chopped. That's where the best art comes from. So true. The playlist, oh my gosh, I keep forgetting to put the playlist I use for my BGM on loop, so it just starts playing random stuff. I hope none of that was copyrighted. Oopsies. Oh well, surely it can't be that bad, right? Right? Surely. At least it didn't start playing like Genshin instrumental. Genshin soundtrack is so good. I love the Hoyo soundtracks. It's so good. Ringo's gonna disappear from the copyright strikes. No! No! I can't let this VOD vanish. It needs to stay. Hoyo makes really good music, right? There's so many good ones that are super underrated. Like, especially for Genshin, people talk about a lot of this. I see a lot of the same, like, character themes specifically, and then I'm just sitting here with my favorite character theme, and I'm just like, guys, this one's really good too. At one point, I just looped it, and it was the only thing I listened to. Kind of crazy. Ringworms uprising, please don't. Okay, wait, let me chug the rest of my water. I finished it. I finished my water. Kazuha's theme is one of my favorites. It's so good. My favorite is Albedo's theme. Fully hydrated. Yup. Fully hydrated. Oh my gosh, I just had a revelation. I just had an idea for another stream. It's similar to the fried tier list, where we just eat. But I was thinking maybe we could try apple flavored snacks. Albedo's name is really nice too. It's my favorite. It's so good. I love how it has that kind of like futuristic kind of vibe, you know? Especially since he's from Mondstadt. And it's like, whoa, that's crazy, you know? I'm not making sense anymore. Maybe it's time for me to go to bed. I have work tomorrow morning. Oh, this is so cooked. Apple flavored items tier list. Yes! I need to compile a list now of apple flavored snacks. Oh my gosh, the freaking... I know they make apple flavored Kit Kats. I love Kit Kats, but I haven't tried them yet. I've tried the apple pie ones, and low key, those I don't like them. You can't be sleepy during work. I'm always sleepy during work, cause I work in the mornings, so I'm always sleepy. Okay, but yeah, I'll probably end soon, cause we're at 4 hours and 20 minutes. We need to say that I ended before 12 a.m. So, I'm going to end now. Thank you everyone for coming by. For my Guerilla stream. No stream tomorrow. Cause technically I am supposed to be on a break, and then I stream for 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Crazy work, but yeah. I had fun. I had lots of fun, and we were semi-productive, I guess, with the art tag and the fan name, even though somehow we ended up having ringworms as one of them. But yeah, our Christmas tree will be here. We'll stay for a while. Let's see. I'll have to find a way to reorganize my layout for next week, because this is so like overstimulating. But the goals has been posted in my announcements channel in the Discord. Let's see. Let's send I should get a command for my socials, but just in case, my Discord, my suggestion form for streams, future streams, and my coffee so we can hit that goal. Oh, it sends it twice. I didn't know that. Okay, wait, maybe I don't have to. Okay, maybe I can delete one of the commands then. Okay. Sick, it sends twice. Okay. Alright, wait, how did we end up with 3 fan names? Anyways, thank you for coming by. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I usually do, but I'm on break, technically. I'll be back next week on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. My plan originally was to do a zatsu stream on Thursday, but that ended up being today anyways. So I now need to come up with something to do. I was thinking of Higurashi again, possibly. But we'll see. The only thing we have locked in is Peak. On Saturday, we'll be doing multilingual Peak. So everyone will be speaking different languages. It'll be chaos. I'm already terrible at peak. It does not need to get worse, but I think it'll be fun. So, thank you guys for coming by. Thank you to the newly named Amabunnies and the ringworms and the one feetling. If it's one feetling, would it be a footling? Okay, I need to stop. I need to I need to stop. I need to go to bed. But make sure you drink water and hopefully go to bed soon as well. I forgot to remind you guys to hydrate. You guys didn't remind me to hydrate either. But thank you for coming by. It was nice meeting. It was nice meeting new people. If you're new for my very chaotic Guerilla stream, it's nice to meet you. I'm not always like this, I promise. But I was gonna do something else. Right, I was gonna raid. Let's go raid someone. I'll see about that next stream. No! Hold on, guys. Alright. Thank you for coming. Good night. Good night. Have a good rest. Make sure you guys rest too. Ringworm raid. No! Ringo raid. Ringo raid, please. People are gonna think I'm crazy. Good night. Good night. I can't find anyone to raid. I'm too lazy. We're just gonna end. I can't have you guys saying ringworm. The ringworms have come. Stop! No, that sounds like a threat. That sounds like a threat. That would be funny for you guys when I start stream. I'll be like, hi, Amabunnies, hi, ringworms, and then you're like, the ringworms have come. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to stop instigating this. I need to stop. Okay, good night. Good night, good night, good night. Help me think about what songs I should cover. Okay, I've been saying bye for the past like 5 minutes. Okay, bye. Good night, good night. Thank you for coming.